Hey there, everybody. Welcome back to our stream. We are going to jump right back into Dual Destinies. Sorry we're a little later. We are going to jump right in, and we're try to get through the first day of the trial. There are 2 days to this. There are 2 parts to this trial. There's only 1 day. Yes. So let's get right into it. December 20th, 3:11 p.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby number 5.
All right, I do voices.
I did a little research. I looked into those special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick.
You did? That's great. I really appreciate it.
I'm gonna go with a little older voice because it's
No,
the small voice was like good for little girls, but I don't know. I think she's a little bit more mature.
she's still a munchkin, but yeah, she at least age up her voice a little bit. Yeah.
A red psyche lock protects a secret person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out.
Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos.
But a black psyche lock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that person isn't even consciously aware of.
So even they don't know it's there.
Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, the part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
Okay, so all I have to do is break the psychics.
According to my research, a black psyche lock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul.
In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Gulp. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden.
All right. But will you be all right by yourself, Mr. Nick?
I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength.
I like that she still has her childlike mannerisms, even at this age.
Yeah, but she's easy.
Yeah.
And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back.
No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it. Bruce.
All right. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick.
Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. I should have known him pulling that sword out of the stone was a bad idea. But did he listen to me? No. All he responded with was a hot and hiya. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground.
Oh, I'm glad I got this one.
Day 1. Court is now in session. All rise. Court, or some facility that is facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
This is odd.
I don't cast his mind, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap.
Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell, I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial.
This is no trial. There's nothing more than nothing than a ridiculous farce.
Oh, what did you say?
Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to His Honor?
However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident in which the prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law.
I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today.
Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth.
I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else.
Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes.
I'm sorry, Wright, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
No, Apollo's on my side.
Then you better bring it.
If the two of you are ready,
Good thing it's not raining.
court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
I'm like, did you save it for the freaking bedroom? For goodness sake. This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off.
That voice actor for Phoenix.
Sam Riegel.
Yeah, it sounded familiar.
You can look it up later.
It's my duty to clear Professor Blackwell of false accusation and end this insanity.
But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent.
You passed me the dope pickles.
But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy.
The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth.
No need for the chief prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I'm here as a simple prosecutor.
Very well. Your opening statement, please.
Oh, you're
Prosecutor.
sharing that.
Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although, I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself.
In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement.
Of course, you're right. I was just joking. Just having a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting.
Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. I did buy that specifically for me. I wasn't expecting you to want it to, so you're giving me half.
Eyes forward. Eyes forward.
The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Meta Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor.
Athena's mother.
Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo which captured the moment of the crime.
Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed.
Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the time. This opening statement is over. Now, hurry up and call the witness.
Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know.
Well, perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back.
Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see.
The prosecution calls its first witness. The witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years.
New Testament. Just who is this witness anyway? Bobby! Bobby Fulbright's the name, in justice we trust! What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackquill. She says she is too busy, what with confining and threatening the hostages and all. It doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in from Clonco.
I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you.
Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And through her current actions, though her current actions are hardly thought lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory.
I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go! Oh, you have no idea how hard it was for me to hide my ecstatic at him saying "In justice we trust." He didn't say it once in the investigation scene. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? Although the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that, too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. I can see why that footage helps to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. 7-year video update. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside of the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found?
She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death.
Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony, and there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi.
I just want you. That is what the evidence is saying, yes.
I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Also, I thought I just heard a man orgasming in my mic.
I am buying more of this. Try some. It's so good. You know what's the best part about this is?
Should I just skip your line then?
Of course. The girl had a very strong motive.
It's good for you. That is a good thing for you.
Yeah, it's gluten-free.
Yeah. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor?
Take it away from me before I eat it all.
Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she does it quite a few times in court.
The ability to read emotions from speech and the subject of her mother's research.
Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it.
Oh, Josh is not making it tonight.
What?
Josh is not making it tonight.
Then we'll have an extra long Phoenix Wright stream because this is his section for Paper Mario.
Cool. I don't like where this is heading, not one bit.
Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting?
I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother.
What?
Order! Order in the court! What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could, Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. Since I've already done this, we're just going to go through the story and get through this as quickly as possible. So the only statement that really needs to be pressed here is the final one. And the only person small enough to fit inside the case was Athena Sykes.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I've got a walkthrough in front of me.
No, I mean, are you, like,
Yeah.
I'm replying to that, not you.
But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock. I would have argued the fact that he could... Yeah.
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside.
Not only that, but he could also, like, spoof it like, oh, I put the moon rock in there, but I use the biggest case to make it think that I'm carrying something bigger.
Yeah, maybe. Blackwell wouldn't do that, something like that.
Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case?
Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes. Give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through? what could have been in that case? Yes. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is. This is the crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Any luck, don't fail me now. Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let us hear your theory.
I already remember.
What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder?
Take that!
Please notice that there is a robot part on top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which...
What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball.
Stingy. What happened to the age of free previews?
Oh, gee.
Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock and a robot. But was it really just the robot arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe. I believe there was another robot at the scene that's just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot and that was in the case. What?
I mean, it is pretty demeaning.
Objection!
We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped up entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
I know for a fact that it is a robot. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to.
Bandages. Yep.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. Reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Order in the court. Order, I said. Prosecutor Edgewood, what do you have to say to this?
I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child. But it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't possibly have fit in there.
Bruh, it could be dismantled.
Yeah, in pieces, yeah.
The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. They've got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit into the case by dismantling, compacting her? Bruh, really?
Ponko Cube! Good timing!
Perfect. Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside the rolling case.
Go for the Fae.
Oh, kill the Fae.
That is
It says no, kill the Fae.
No killing the Fae.
It appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
No. No pushing buttons. Sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
He's out of line, but he's right. Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart?
I suppose so. They're not made of a very tough material. A blade slices through them.
Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean... That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet.
Not hearing this.
Therefore, what was transported inside the case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene of at the time of the murder.
My head! My head! My body! Where am I? Yeah!
Order! Order in the court!
I'll take a burger!
It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit I repaired him myself afterwards.
Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I can see that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot.
Alright, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene?
No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Mrs. Blackwell's theory. I have been on a different opinion from the onset. Now I initially have the opportunity to voice my theory.
You're all a bunch of poopy heads.
Thanks to the defense.
Edgeworth, he's been one step ahead of me this whole time. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene?
Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body as if he were holding onto something or someone.
That's hardly evidence.
I have proof. The surcoat Professor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape.
A blood stain? With a distinctive shape? Please continue, Prosecutor.
Several years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there was only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her.
That's a woodsman.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
Analysis showed the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted on Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp.
A most gruesome stamp indeed.
Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by the splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument.
Order! If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
Objection!
But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer.
I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But if, as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. A robot witness? It's not the weirdest thing you've seen, Your Honor.
Yeah, you've seen an Orca witness. Don't start with us.
Hey, don't. That's DLC. That hasn't existed yet.
Yeah, but it happened before this case.
Yeah, you could have also just said the parrot.
Yeah, the parrot too. Whatever.
Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this?
Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him.
Seriously, he gets it. His angsty lawyer husband gets it. Very well. I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko.
I have grippy fingers. Do you still have it, Joel? Okay. Witness, please state your name and occupy. I can't words today. Witness.
My name is not.
That's not her. It's actually Ponko speaking for herself.
Yeah.
That's what
My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko.
I think we did Ponko anyway.
Yeah, I think I did that.
Yes, I realize that, but when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness.
No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
Oh my god.
It's an utterly inflexible little robot.
You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. Haha. You remind me of my grandchild, who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious.
All right, Ponko, I'm going to ask you some questions.
Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions?
I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Meta Sykes. It was 7 years ago on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab.
Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab.
It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all.
This is great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important.
A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable.
The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild.
So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today?
Didn't expect to be cross-examining a robot, eh?
Nah.
Nothing is out of the ordinary in this franchise. What I say? I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And when Mommy Metis fell down, after that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There was no data after that point.
Okay. That's,
Well,
uh-oh.
it sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder.
I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime.
What?
At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited.
So what are you suggesting?
The witness's statement needs to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child.
I disagree. I have seen this multiple times. I am a man who has looked after 5-year-olds, and when they gang up on you, you have no choice but to lift your. You have no choice.
Don't blame Edgeworth. He never had a childhood.
No, it's. I mean, he's not wrong, but he's out of line. But he's right.
They don't, but...
Yes, what this witness statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment.
Wow.
Sugar Shack? I want to try Sugar Shack. The maple. Before Mr. Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse?
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued.
I see. Murder after a heated argument. And then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I was recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
Good. You may as well admit defeat now, Wright. The cross-examination would be useless.
Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless.
Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time.
Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. You also forget this one little detail, Edgeworth. The witness may not be lying, but they might be misinterpreting something incorrectly. Or they might not even remember something. They might just be forgetting something.
I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time.
Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright.
I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. Just because they omit something or something doesn't add up doesn't mean that they're lying.
This is a smoky flavor to it.
Okay, so the third statement is the one that we should press.
After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but... Could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment? Mommy Menace was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. Her heart?
Her heart wouldn't have been pounded. It wouldn't have been pounding if she was stabbed in the heart at that very moment, because she died instantly to a stab wound directly to her heart.
Stab wound to the chest. Yeah. Pierced the heart, and so death was instantaneous. So let's keep going.
Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system.
Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like
Have fun. I must go.
okay, see you later. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. Wait a minute. That means if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment. Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging into just then. Unlucky timing. If you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry.
The robot is designed to go into deep sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing.
When Mommy Menace's heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room. The workbench room? Ponko must be talking about that table to the right of where that giant robot is. Is there something critical on Ponko's statement just now? There is something.
Yeah, she died on the table.
Yeah, which is on the opposite side of the room. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony. Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Mommy Menace fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room.
I'm still not going to get over her saying, "Mommy." No.
So the 7-year-old photo is the one that's the answer here, because apparently we're claiming that she died on the workbench, which is on the opposite side of the room.
Yeah.
From the window.
Objection!
Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful? Hooray! I'm so happy! Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side. However,
I'm not repeating.
her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations. Exactly, Connor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Whew. I'm very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more.
Objection!
Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever.
Green? I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say?
The defendant couldn't move the body herself. She could have had it moved for her.
moved for her. But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there.
I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence, even if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present.
Then who do you suggest moved the body?
Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Panko... Okay.
No, keep going.
Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question.
My name is Ponko! Say it with me! Ponko!
I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table?
To be fair...
Oh, right, I forgot about this.
To be fair, the first time he... it's not the first time he's misnamed something. He calls Psyche Lock Psycho Locks.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Athena asked you to? And what did you move, little Ponko? I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is. An ID tag, you said? Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is. People in the lab did mention something about that.
There is one detail that is being omitted here that is going to be the counter-argument to this.
Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it said.
It also does facial recognition, too. So it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved.
My name is Ponko!
But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not?
We do?
Well, I do, at the very least. Miss Panko, the defendant's command move the body onto the operating table.
Gah!
Gah!
Ah! Ponko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell? I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell.
Give it up, Wright. The victim's heart was stopped. The robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it, draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. Wait.
Keep going.
Then how come Ponko was able to identify it was Meta Sykes? She doesn't wear her jacket. He just confirmed that she doesn't wear her jacket.
Like you said, facial recognition.
Right.
Recognize people by scanning their spacesuit. You can also recognize a person by facial features.
Yeah.
And her face was registered, most likely because she's the one who makes them.
So then Ponko wouldn't have been, would have known who it was that he...
Unless the face was covered.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
But Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means...
Objection!
A face can easily be covered by a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes.
There was a picture here. There was another picture that made me question something. Okay, maybe it wasn't a picture, but it definitely wasn't something at the scene. They were referencing. He's right.
To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then using the robot, she moved the body to the table where she removed the sword and was stained in blood.
Order. But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place?
I don't like where this is going. You want a reason? Very well.
What? You can't possibly have an explanation.
Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from your robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature?
I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there, isn't that right?
That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds.
But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me if she could do.
You can't possibly be suggesting.
This young sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people.
But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake.
Why are we still in grayscale?
It was a flashback.
Oh, sorry.
No way. I refuse to believe it.
Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanished without a trace...
Prosecutor Edgewood, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can so that we can keep the rating below M. At an M rating.
With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table...
Hold it! No, don't say another word. Stop.
...was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime!
That can't be true! And this is the reason why this game was rated M for mature. Just for that implication alone.
And I'll take her apart piece by piece.
That and the traumatic cutscenes along with it. Order in the court. Order in the court, I say. Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How could you say such a horrible thing?
Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth, no more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It could make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to...
Dude, you're just admitting that she killed her! I suppose it could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way.
What do you mean?
After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant. And the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged.
This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence, right. Let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence.
Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough.
What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something. I can't think of a single thing. Objection?
Yeah.
Prosecutor Blackwell.
This is quite the farce you're conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise.
Go on, we're listening. This could be the miracle I need. What is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull?
7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think about it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your baldness I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer.
Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please go ahead. This freaking guy.
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was.
Dude, you're trying too hard. The little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling. In other words...
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened.
Which would be?
She fell means she fell. She fell, merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room.
So when the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony?
You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. And she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena.
This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell?
Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder?
That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx.
I hear the rent in hell is actually really low. I might live a nice life down there.
It's a fire sale.
I hear Satan's actually kind of a nice fellow. He offered to pay my rent for the first 2 months.
I mean, his Twitter account seems nice enough.
Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her?
Miss Blackwell.
Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom, isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell, you selfish.
Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? Athena.
I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him.
No, I can't tell her. How can I lie to Athena? I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial. Forgive me. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony.
Who says you need evidence? It's not like you can do anything else with testimony, right?
Athena? Yeah.
I can see quite fine, thank you.
Athena, are you feeling okay?
I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something.
If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might be just the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykes, Dodo. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial?
That's Athena.
Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her.
Now she's old enough to actually make that assessment.
Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless.
Stoneface.
Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now.
And yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and became a lawyer.
Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come, the day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please, give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth.
Inez being so brave confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago.
Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am not a man who can be cut down easily.
Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart.
Huh, it sounds like James Earl Jones.
And Lincoln Park.
Don't pay attention. It was a phase. I'm to the cosmos space, pay attention to Sykes. When I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was. Okay, so there's one thing that's suspicious here. If he was mad about something in this case, why is he happy that Athena is there? Because he was mad here with the intention of killing. He still had the intention to kill. Why is he happy that Athena is there? Wouldn't he have been something else?
Yeah, he wouldn't want her to see that.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it!
This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that?
Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that.
Just now you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead. I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. That was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. Yeah. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down.
Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto.
I was afraid of that. I'll just have to keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena?
You got it, boss.
Sykes. When I found Athena in the robotics lab, I was relieved. But I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And she did. Wait a second. He was happy about this a second ago. Why is he sad now?
Got it!
Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell.
What?
When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death?
Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstance.
Gah! He can't be talking about that, can he?
Oh, it's just a convenient subject for her research.
Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject.
What? It's Blackwell again.
I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment, I thought, as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill.
So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe.
Mr. Wright?
How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there?
I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now take a look at this. The noise level is actually increased.
It went up? I've never seen it do that before.
Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even hard to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise.
How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotion.
The other one's, butter chicken.
There are no flaws in my testimony, and his baldness is prepared to give this verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions? Which should I tackle first? His emotions. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions.
Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over.
I heard crying from next door. Of course, I was worried. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab.
Why is it surprise now?
But before I could leave Athena out of there, cursed my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to. Yeah. If he heard crying, Like that, we could buy him being afraid and surprised at this. But then why would he be surprised to see Athena here?
Mm-hmm.
Why would he be surprised?
Got it!
Like, what was so surprising about this? How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab?
Alright, fine, I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day.
So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it?
That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade.
Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now.
It's at 100% now. What's going on here?
Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate.
It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time? His testimony.
Yeah.
I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony.
Alright, let's give it a thorough check then.
With a feeling of dread, I opened the robotics lab, and just then... Ponko attacked me. I realized I retaliated by cutting it into pieces. But before I could leave Athena out of there, cursed my luck, Dr. Sykes came in and refused to hand Athena over. Oh, that's funny. In this image, after cutting down Ponko, there's no blood on his sword.
Yeah.
And yet... Why would there be blood on his katana then?
Mm-hmm.
Objection!
Alright. I have to use the washroom. You go in my stead.
Okay.
You boys, Phoenix will.
No problem. I don't know what to choose, though. Can't read that.
Here, give it to me.
Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of... I can't do a judge voice. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstain at the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with the katana? I hope you aren't claiming that it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right, but if that's the case, we've found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm and in this picture. What? But that couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing more than one giant ball of lies. Yeah! Now tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell, now! You have no idea what you're doing!
His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions there. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something.
Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I take to my grave.
Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom?
All of these complex emotions. They seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever you really saw that day is what's causing these feelings.
Overload!
So normally we only see one emotion going haywire. This time all four of them are going haywire. Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door and then I saw it, that terrible scene. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my love, Dr. Sykes came in. I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Okay, so I can think of only one thing that he would have seen at the scene that would cause his emotions to go overboard. He said he saw that terrible scene. If that's the case, why would he be... If he saw something terrible with Athena, that's what's causing it. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor?
You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it.
Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too?
Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, Dono?
I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door.
Curse you, Phoenix Wright! It was a tragedy. One that I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said,
That's Athena.
I know. I'm just waiting for her to go talk. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her back to fix her.
"That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted."
Rated M for mature, ladies and gentlemen. No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth. And this is what it is? It's beyond devastating.
I tried to take my mother apart? I...
Could you pass me the lime soda, please?
Yeah, since he's not here, you get to pick.
I get first dibs.
So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother.
As I said, Wright, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but... You dare cast suspicions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart.
She loved me?
Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena, it's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger then than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
No, that can't be true. Then why would I have done something like that? Somebody who loved me so much.
Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew. That what happened had to be some kind of a mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame on yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute. And I hid the case on the Space Center grounds.
It would seem that we now have all the facts in this case.
No, there's something missing here.
No, not yet.
The space
It
rocket
can't
still
end like
missing.
this.
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back on to things that disagree with you?
I'm not. But this... I can't give up now. I have to say something. Anything. Even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work.
If all the things that did happen, where did the stone go?
The defense is prepared to present evidence.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Athena?
it's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake.
What are you saying?
I killed my mother. That's the truth.
If that's the case, then why does the freaking sword have blood on it?
It's just like Prosecutor Edgar said. You have to face it, no matter how much it hurts.
If you're claiming that she died on the operating table, why does the katana have blood on it? That doesn't make any sense.
Not to mention, if she died on the operating table, there would be more blood on the operating table.
Exactly.
I admit my guilt.
Well, your guilt is stupid, and here's why.
But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall?
It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess?
Very well. Then if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes.
Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgar. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end.
Athena.
Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the dark age of the law can come to— No, it can't. Somebody who is still a a lawyer is still being indicted. That didn't change anything. That just changed it from one lawyer type to another. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion.
I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing me deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers.
Ah, there it is.
Wait,
Your
what?
Honor, please find me guilty.
If the weapon was the katana, look at the katana. There was no blood on its handle.
Yeah. I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have.
I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Hold it!
Objection!
Surprise, motherfucker. I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright.
But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed it. I remember it now.
No, you don't.
Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Oh, no, it's not.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in your client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not the murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth.
Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on the matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul.
And those shackles have not broken even slightly yet.
I did a little research. I looked into those special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
There's still a chance, somewhere deep in Athena's heart. There might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking in for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession?
My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing me deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my finger.
There's that, but there's also the fact of what she said, that the weapon plunged in deep. If the weapon plunged in deep, why is there only blood on the tip of
Front, yeah. Like the tip of the blade and only the front of the jacket.
Yeah.
Because if there was blood on either side, it would have been pooling on that chair.
Yeah. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell. If there is a problem with her confession, please prove it to the court right now.
I'm glad the HP bar is segmented so you know how much you're gonna lose every time.
Okay, there's more blood on it than I thought, but that still isn't 100% deep.
And it's not on the handle.
And there's no blood on the handle.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor.
But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers.
That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of the sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts.
You're right.
Oh my!
Oh my! Dr. Takei! Mr. Takei!
Don't get too excited, Judge.
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it. A fact we can't ignore.
In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memory means?
Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something.
Hitoshou!
I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing an act. Make Phoenix think. What could the contradiction with Athena's memories be? The blood was wiped off the weapon. The defendant used a different weapon. The Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana?
What are you up to this time, Wright? I know he didn't say that, but nah.
Yeah, whatever. This is it. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. But if I could show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent. A different weapon, you said? What weapon would that be exactly? Right, of course he would ask that.
I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always?
How does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here, not now.
He does that because he was your best friend in childhood. He knows you, you dumbass.
That's right, I did. Because it's so obvious, it doesn't require any thought.
Uh-huh. What did you say?
Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there any other bladed weapon in the robotics lab?
The needle.
Wait a minute. Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute.
Hang on, there is something.
There is a high probability that that was in the lab.
I didn't mean to say that, but yeah.
I don't have any particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it.
Yeah, I wasn't reading what he said. I just saw, like, a little blade in that toolkit.
Yeah, other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon of the Clay Terran case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees. And a robotics lab, essentially, would naturally have one of these around.
Especially would have.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Of course I knew that. Once you told me just now.
Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents. Uh-huh.
You're right. I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Fine, but isn't there something odd about the design of these handles? They're out of order.
Yeah.
Therefore,
there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife.
And what proof do you have of that?
Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr.
You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense.
No, he was simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright.
I mean, he is wearing glasses now.
Yeah. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them. Ah, I see that they do, but what significance does that have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing.
Is that your theory? Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? I'm stealing this for a bit.
Edgeworth, just let it go, man.
Just let it go, man. Show the court, then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools?
There are two things you can present here. You can either present the pamphlet, or you can present the robots with a heart, because both of them have the design on it.
That one.
This one's a little bit more clear.
Yeah.
Take that!
And what design is this supposed to represent?
The Gyaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gyaxa is the program that operates this Cosmos Space Center.
Look at how brightly the Jackson logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going.
Gyaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Ah, I think I see it now, but...
Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo, the red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes in. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot... it would complete the Gyaxa.
So it would. Then that means...
Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. Order in the court. Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes.
Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything?
Come again?
What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife?
Don't be ridiculous. Or are you changing the premise of your entire argument?
I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away.
That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence.
If in fact the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case.
His argument is literally, no you!
Yeah. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder? Then it's time to show that there weren't 2 people. And that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands?
No.
It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or utility knife, as long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there. You cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother.
I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if...
Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs.
I would like to also point out, who was the one that stated that only Athena and Dr. Sykes were in the room? It started with the robot.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, robots can't see people unless they've identified faces or have an ID tag.
Mm-hmm.
So theoretically speaking, what if there was a third party, but to hide their identity from the robot, he wore Miss Sykes' coat.
And we never asked him if there was other people there. We just asked if the heartbeats were
Yeah.
fine.
And yeah, it could only and
All we need to do is ask them how many heartbeats were beating in that room.
Yeah. Something like that.
Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth?
Nick. Nagiadabadaha. Yeah. I don't want to believe it. It can't be true.
But what if I have to go to the bathroom?
Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can.
Is giving up really the only option?
Game over.
No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving into doubt. I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet.
Right.
I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her, to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly.
Oh, is it speed time? Speed time! Woo! I love this one.
I love these parts. I can see the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab?
Someone else.
Someone else. A third-party person is at the scene. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then, how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know. This person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition server by covering their own face.
But why did they think
The person hid their face.
Why did they think it was their mother?
But wait a minute. Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko must have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The culprit must have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection.
Her mother.
That is Sykes. The person posed as the victim. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. Her jacket.
Her jacket, yeah.
The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab?
The real culprit.
The real culprit. That's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit.
I love this because it's like a natural evolution of his like a slow version of like comparing, contrasting things with evidence and everything else.
Just you wait. If you think it's cool in this one, and they do it in Spirit of Justice as well.
Oh.
And there's the one in the third case, like it also ramps.
You guys don't mind if I do it, right?
No, go ahead. Sweet. It goes the intensity of like the speed and sound of everything goes up an octave as you get further along it as well. And I will say, the truth reveal of the third case, even I was like, holy. That would explain everything. And it's just like, they've never done this before.
Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to hostage negotiations.
You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second. Because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now, I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent.
But Uncle saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime.
Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother.
What are you saying, Mr. Wright?
The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person, posing as Dr. Sykes. What?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence?
Ha! You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts.
Wonko's strange malfunction. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Terran? But that's Apollo you're talking to.
Oh, this Uncle Doctor is mistaking Apollo for Chloe. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost.
That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Kronko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. It's like you said. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition. And then, all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
Probably shouldn't be doing that in the microphone.
They can't hear that.
Yeah.
Only unless I'm doing... Then they can hear.
Get on with it, it's your line.
Of all the ludicrous theories, what would a silly disguise like that do? I'm finger-wagging at you! Have you forgotten the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them.
I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much. Because, by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating.
What?
So does that mean... Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed... This third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes... is her mother's real killer.
But that's... I'm... impossible!
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Edgeworth. You are impossible.
Sorry, I thought he was saying I'm
Yeah.
with no apostrophe, but whoops.
Hang on.
A mask! Person I stabbed was wearing a mask?
Order! Order in the court! Miss Sykes, did you say something?
A mask? Yes. I remember
Athena, what is it?
I remember a man with a mask. What did he do to my mother? My head.
Miss Sykes, are you alright?
No. No.
The black psyche locks. They're breaking!
It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered.
They're gone. Okay, you gotta stop. It's time to stop! Now! They're gone. The black psyche locks are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day.
I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... Ugh. No.
It's all right. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena.
She was on the floor, by the workbench, with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there.
Hold it! Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena.
He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there, and he dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again.
And this time you got him, didn't you?
I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me, and I passed out. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Paco to move her to the operating table.
And then she got scooped. I mean, what?
Something's wrong with Ma, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
So this was the sister location the whole time. Huh?
Yeah!
So that's why she said
She's the purple woman.
Vanessa. Huh. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that?
Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab.
This mask hanging here on the wall.
It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom.
I mean, he did ghost somebody.
Well. Interesting how the term phantom is now shown up.
He's a phantom.
It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. And that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has...
That's based on her testimony, unfortunately.
How that...
You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict.
Miss Blackwell, this is not good.
A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head?
She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother.
Athena, I'm so glad for you.
More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Paco came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge.
I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise...
Right, and he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m.
Do I have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab?
Yes, you got surveillance footage.
Take that!
This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before that? I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene.
Apologies
Very
for
well,
stepping
then.
away.
Let's take a look.
I'm just sick of that falling over and knocking the
There.
thing off the table.
Please stop it right there.
Ah! His hand is injured!
It's just like you said. There is a man leaving the scene of the crime. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person?
That's him. I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket.
Yeah, that's
I
still
did. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket.
that jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes's, and it still has the. Remember, she said that she missed the first attack, which is why there's a slice in the side of the
Yeah,
jacket.
which confirms her testimony to be true.
Yes.
Can you see it? That's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere.
So then, everything Miss Sykes said. Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. She killed her and hid her face with a handkerchief. Then, he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab.
The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab with a regular recharge.
By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time, all to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that is just not possible.
What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video.
And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond a doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene?
What's going on? That doesn't make any sense. Edward's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? Killer brought it back. It's the only logical explanation. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradictions resolved.
Objection!
Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket?
Puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket?
When the body was found.
When the body.
Because he was on the payroll!
The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found.
Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument?
I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would never have thought of that. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edward?
The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the Hot 1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in.
Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag?
Correct. I suppose if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people.
You will?
We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with a theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean...
I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, Wright. Not that this was ever an official trial, anyway.
Please, no Johns. Do my ears deceive me?
My controller wasn't working right, you cheater!
Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding?
Wow!
Is it true, Box? Does this mean I'm...
I can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial?
That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no further need to proceed to further...
Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence!
The little princess who was truly beloved by Métis and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on?
Miss Blackwell.
How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner, isn't that?
Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted.
Uh-huh.
Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor?
They're not even hiding it.
Yeah.
Aura, there is something I wanted to say, if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis' murderer is.
You do?
Right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past.
That's right. Phantom. The person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars.
7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew not about him. His background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him.
Oh, how exciting. What was the lead?
A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology.
And that scientist was Dr. Sykes.
Yes. A spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results and the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic.
He couldn't find them. But where could they have been?
Who is to say?
Wow, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years.
How in the world did you smuggle them into prison?
Oh, I have my...
Behold! My ass is eating my hand! And it hungers for papers. I mean, what? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing.
I asked Burb.
Burp.
Scree!
I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you blood butcher, became my taunt.
And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information?
Here, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor.
I will. Better hold on to this real tight. Phantom Psych profile. The subject's emotions rarely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Psychological profile. Classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh?
A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness, nor anger, and naturally no fear. He's the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion.
The Phantom indeed. A fitting name for the one who has brought darkness into our world.
Well then, it seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end.
Whatever. Do what you want.
You'll hear no objections from me.
Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? I've already been here this whole time, you idiot. As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. Certain someone hasn't shown up yet.
Uh-huh.
You!
Sup?
Hi, Apollo.
Time for me to table flip! Apollo, no!
You can't flip the witness stand. It's attached to the ground.
Watch me! And
I'm
he's like, fine!
Sorry. Apollo!
What is the meaning of this? I usually do Apollo, remember?
Yeah.
Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet.
Apollo, this is not fine. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? We're gonna keep going. This is where the to be continued happens, but we're gonna keep going.
I mean, we still have 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And since Josh isn't showing up, we're not doing Paper Mario today. Sorry, folks, for anybody who was looking forward to Paper Mario, but our main player is sadly absent today.
You go for the time being. I have to use the washroom. Again.
My gosh, it's almost like you have ideas.
I drink a lot.
District Court, courtroom number 4. Ugh, my gosh, I'm gonna have to wipe down my controllers with a clammy. Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. It's still not clear who killed Clay Terran.
But Apollo, why would he...
Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say.
What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time.
But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago.
Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as you do. You want to know as much as I do.
Apollo. Sure, you know I'm all for the truth. Now let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial.
Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police's investigation report brought immediately.
Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve.
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Terran. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else.
Sorry, I got yanked away by my headphones.
On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1. When the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum, the killer attacked Mr. Terran with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago.
Oh. She knows where and how to use that utility knife, because she did it before.
The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Terran's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day.
Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor.
I better rearrange my evidence.
Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please.
Apollo Justice's accusation.
I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Terran. My wrong suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder.
Order in the court. Mr. Justice, you realize you are charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you?
Yes, Your Honor. Because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to.
But Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too?
Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this?
Oh, now it's my turn. Have fun!
So this is one of those press on everything statements.
Not going to the...
What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Terran, my bracelet reacted. She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet took me and told me otherwise. And then, every time after that, my bracelet would react when she's talked about the case. Or Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch, so I couldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. So that's why Apollo was acting so strange. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago.
Objection!
But that knife was also the murder weapon that it was used to kill Clay Tarrant. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. Oh, I guess he has a point. But my bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. The lighter.
Hold it!
That's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about it yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either, but Miss Sykes was the only one who was at the Space Museum at the time of the murder. But Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Tarrant.
Objection!
7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know I've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. I still can't believe this. How could you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launch missions.
Hold it!
Isn't it possible that somebody else used that same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there is a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launch pad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Tarrant and Mr. Starbuck. But there was also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Tarrant's killer, or rather, Miss Sykes coming out of the Space Museum. A camera in boarding lounge 2. First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Dina said she had snuck into the Space Museum that night before the incident, and then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day.
I was out until noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2.
That must have been when the camera captured it. And that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute. In that case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well.
Objection!
That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. What? Why? Order in the court. That can't be. But if it is, then it is incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? A fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright. That is why I must wish to indict Miss Sykes of the charge.
Hold it!
Believing in your client is to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own coworker? You're probably right. Maybe I am not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Clay was my friend. And that's why I just have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own. But that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but... I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. Then I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments? Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice. And your facts appear to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? It looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route.
Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant. Unless you think there was an alternative escape route. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Phoenix? Was there an alternative escape route? Yes, there was. Of course. Yes, of course there must have been. Just don't ask me what. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way. He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can clear up this doubt inside me. Wait, so is that what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena, I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her.
So that you can really trust me?
It seems your junior partner has just shown us what trials are truly all about. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant, while we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end. When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely. And when the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of truth. That is exactly what trials are about, wouldn't you agree? Yes, I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that is growing inside me. So I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. That's so like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good, because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But if I use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright! Where do you think the culprit escaped to? The Space Corridor Museum, that's the only one that makes sense. Because the control room only Yuri Cosmos had access to.
Take that!
They really only could have escaped through to the corridor of the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbuck's prince to get through the door.
Objection!
It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. I knew it. It's the only way it could be, huh? If the culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum, then I guess it's true. The only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly, but the only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything. So that leaves us with no other conclusion to draw but that Athena Sykes was the culprit. What could the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? But hold on a second. What if? Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from?
What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than into Boarding Lounge 2. Oh? Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time, which is exactly when an alternative escape route opened up for our culprit. Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look on in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright, do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides Boarding Lounge 2? Outside.
Take that!
We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escapes to. Yes, I remember seeing those leaves myself. Do you mean... Yep. While the Space Museum was in motion, just beyond the corridor's safety door, was an alternative path that the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was... the area outside the Space Center. You're freaking insane!
Objection!
Do you know how impossible that would be? That corridor is level with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. And what item was it exactly, Mr. Wright? Alright, this is what the culprit used to leap from the outside wall of the building. Where is it? There it is. The emergency ladder.
Take that!
An emergency ladder? There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab, and it was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape down to ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched, and that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined? Order in the court. Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes it puts Swiss cheese to shame. Alright, then. Name one. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is... a full 20 feet. 20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place, an unstable ladder. Ugh. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping. Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped to Boarding Lounge 2.
Objection!
Because there was a security camera in Boarding Lounge 2. The culprit, they knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
Objection!
In that case, the culprit could have hidden them in the museum until things settled down, and then blended in with the other people after the museum was open. That's a good point. But you claim that despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap, and all in the brief moments the corridor and ladder passed by each other? That's also a good point. They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. If their timing was off, or if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth. This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. Why do you always have to point out my flaws? Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. Yeah. It's a good thing we brought up recently somebody who doesn't experience feelings like normal people do.
Yep.
The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. But everyone feels fear at some level, right? Wait a minute. Aha, I've got it this time. I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternative escape route. Oh, can you now? This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternative escape route.
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear? Right! You can't be serious! Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without a slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap 50 feet up in the air. He could choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted? That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. But was there such a person there at the scene? Yes. The Phantom. That mysterious, shadowy figure who keeps popping up. Oh dear. The Phantom. Again? I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing. But I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terran as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terran. What? Order in the court. Order, I say. Mr. Wright, please continue. There were just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidences were the work of the same Phantom. So then this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Who could this unidentified international spy be? Right. This escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start. As was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable.
That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did.
Yes, I think you're right.
Also, you changed your voice.
But it doesn't explain this one last thing.
That too.
So I lowered my emergency ladder like the completing the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms?
The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder.
but he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean... Alright, you're Apollo again.
That, the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used?
That's right. Who could it be? Wait a minute.
It was the rapper!
So I
lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to.
The detective leading the evacuation. Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told to by the detective leading the... You've gotta be kidding me!
Did you figure it out, Wright? You know who the Phantom is?
Yes, I do.
Who is it? Who killed Clay?
Our mystery spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than... This threw me for a loop.
But then again, with Apollo Justice already having a police chief decrepit, I was like, yeah, not perfect.
After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind.
So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to.
His objective was to secure his own escape route. You don't need to say it again.
Nice.
Yep. Maybe one more time.
Since everyone else got to safely my way down 2 and headed to the shelter.
I assure you, I am not the Pillsbury Doughboy.
This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion.
Take that!
What?
That's why he over-exaggerates.
Are you saying?
Detective Bobby Fulbright? Exactly. You were all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom. It's really hard to not get suckered in by him, too. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, how could this be? That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation. Our first clue is that he made no attempts to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he wanted ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder.
Verily, it was all part of his plan to create an escape route.
After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Terran and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start, and just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leapt onto it.
I don't believe it! That adult-pated detective did all that? Was it really him? I mean, all this time I thought... Sorry, we didn't catch your name.
My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright, the heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil, the champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase? It's in justice we trust.
And his concern for Simon was also all just one big act?
I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart.
That monster killed Clay? He had me completely fooled. Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that bloodstained lighter to court too. The scumbag even made me turn on Athena. How the hell did I fall for that?
For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well.
Yeah.
Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess, and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand. Oh, let's keep going.
Let's bring this nightmare to an end.
December 20th, 5:13 p.m. District Court, defendant lobby number...
Blah, 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 blah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I...
Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight.
You got it, boss.
Aww. Get this man a hug.
Apollo.
Well, this is awkward.
Athena, can you do me a favor?
Huh?
Give me a hug! Sorry.
Huh? What is it?
Could you slug me?
Actually,
I know.
yeah. Could you...
Could you slug me, please?
What?
Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust...
Don't be such a dope! I was really touched by what you did.
Huh? Now what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her.
You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo?
You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago.
Thanks, Athena. And thanks for waking me up to reality again.
Guess I know now who to call if I ever get sleepy in court.
Husha!
Oh, so her signature move is Wake Up Slap.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I think that's Blackwell.
It looks like you have some promising young people working under you.
Or that may be Edgeworth, I actually don't know.
Edward, probably.
Still, the gravelly voice kind of works either way. Edgeworth? Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. And they're not afraid to keep me in line.
Anyway, where's the Joker?
What happened to your voice?
Oh, I gargled some rocks.
Don't do that. It's not good for you.
Anyway, I have some very good news. Aura Blackwell has surrendered and the hostages have been set free.
Trucy and all the others? Oh, thank goodness.
Mrs. Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must.
Wonder what it is. Oh, hi. We were just talking about you. Miss Blackwell!
I didn't come to apologize if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you.
Miss Aura! She better not be here to complain about something.
Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault.
Yes, it's true, the courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me.
Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again?
No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Métis' killer down.
Leave it to us. We'll get him.
So I guess that means she's starting to trust us at least.
Aura.
Simon, I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion.
I'm not so sure about the princess, because you don't like her.
And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You'd better be grateful.
I'm not sure. They kind of sent us on a wild goose chase for a while.
I never imagined you would go that far. Though you always were extreme.
Says the kettle to the pot.
Hey, she's my older sister. What were you expecting?
The apple doesn't fall from the tree.
Exactly.
But I don't recall ever requesting your help.
I learned from the best.
As closed as ever, I see.
You're not done.
Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the summer, in the slammer.
Live in the slammer?
Go live in the
Live.
slam.
Okay. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty.
You know me all too well.
I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case.
I love you, therefore I want you to die! But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish.
Simon. I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that.
Aura.
Dark Aura!
Alright, that's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center.
What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable. But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother.
I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom.
I can't believe he killed Clay.
Wright and murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor.
Yes.
I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand.
That was my plan all along, after all. It's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court.
Sir,
You're a bitch.
The formal paperwork has yet to be filled, but you are hereby conditionally released.
Filed.
What?
Filed.
Was there a 1L?
Yes.
Ah, sorry. It's hard to see past the microphone.
It's fine.
Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity.
It's okay. You're known for Johns. It's all good.
I literally have something between me and the screen.
I know. I'm
Fuck off. Hopefully with the new setup that we're going to be doing, that's going to get moved further down that way. That way I can fully see the screen.
Yeah.
And uncover the truth by your own hand.
So easy to tease him, ladies and gentlemen.
Very easy. I'm very literal. I don't care. I will defend myself to the utmost degree.
You all get off. I'm much obliged.
Oh, I'm much obliged.
Machine.
The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you?
Dude, you could literally shatter those in a second. Why don't you do it
He
yourself?
could shatter the chains, not the cuffs themselves.
How long I have waited. Maybe it's the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher, the light brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy.
I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is.
Can I just say, if this guy were a...
But I won't cry yet, just yet.
Can I just say for the record, if he was a Pokemon, he'd clearly be an Obstagoon.
Yeah. Or a Bisharp.
After all, we've still got a trial to finish.
It's okay to cry, Athena, I promise.
Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me.
What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense's bench with...
I am?
Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me now, can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo.
But, are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything.
Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Apollo.
Athena, I can say it with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. And now we're gonna prove it to the world.
Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
So that little exchange they had beforehand where she slaps him, that was the part that maybe convinced me of shipping
more,
them.
right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
Because I'm fine now.
Aha! Time to turn the scales. Time to tip the scale. Anyway.
Don't worry, Apollo. You've overcome your angst, your rebellious angsty phase.
Yeah.
Your edgelord phase. Now this is the Apollo I know.
Welcome back, Apollo.
It's almost time for the trial to restart, though it looks like you have things well in hand.
Yep.
I should head back to the prosecutor's office.
But why?
I want to look into a few things, namely the first people on the scene 7 years ago, the facial data registered by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background.
Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks.
I expect to be repaid with a victory, right? Now if you'll excuse me.
Okay, you two all set to go?
You bet I am!
Let's do this.
This is it, the final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend, the courtroom bombing incident. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for it all to justice today. And like he always says, in justice we trust.
But yeah, this is a lot like Arizona's. It is tea. Yeah. Use that.
Let us now reconvene. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has never been more ready.
You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted.
Now that you mention it, although back then I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot.
Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well.
He's still got that ego of his, though. Prosecutor Blackwell, with the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess I can keep the chit-chat. Bailiff, please bring in the witness immediately.
Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackwell seems pretty much the same.
7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. Yeah, yeah, of course, you work with one.
And he's about to...
Bobby Fulbright here! I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am! Detective Fulbright, do you know why you've been called to give testimony? Yep, because there is only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice. In justice we trust.
Objection!
You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies. What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey.
He's acting exactly the same as always.
Tell me about it. You must be feeling awfully confident.
Fool, Wright. If you wish to dispel our suspicions, then let's get to your testimony.
Alright, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I could certainly do that.
You're not as white as your clothes might say.
You know, it's funny that now that the whole truth has come to light, did you notice that when he holds his fist up that there's a specific mark on his hand as if he was stabbed there?
I didn't notice. We'll see in a second, I guess.
Can have rest.
I am the very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit of it about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. This leader with her print, lighter, whatever, with her prints on it.
Yeah, I see it, but I just saw that as an angry mark.
Yeah,
that anime does.
Yeah, no, that is where he was stabbed.
Okay.
It's not an angry mark, but it's kind of misleading, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false? And that the defendant is the real culprit? That's right! Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto a ladder. Let's keep going.
I know, but the fact that he just said that and he had no idea what was going on in the court.
Unless he's been watching them.
He never stated that.
Yeah, but they never stated he wasn't either.
We don't have proof. You are correct about that. However, you don't have to have any proof for your claim either.
I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice! That just is!
Objection!
Don't make me break out a dictionary on you.
Please don't throw the book at me!
Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him?
Let's just try not to lose focus, alright? But my justice is crystal clear. It's not clear. What's not clear are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice.
Silence.
Enough of your rubbish, fool Bright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it.
Prosecutor Blackwell.
Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn.
Well, Fulbright was his partner after all. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. The suspicions against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. As is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone else have any objections? That's fine, Your Honor. Now ask away and don't hold back.
The way you laugh, it sounds like the Shredder at the end of Turtles in Time.
Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
No.
After this, we're definitely...
Hold it!
There isn't that much left in this.
Yes. My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory. Yes, well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And that's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it in the victim's blood. Yes, that's true, but... Wait, Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial.
If you have any suspicions, I suggest you answer fool Bright. Wait, right, Dodo. Especially about that lighter.
He's right, but what exactly should I ask about? The number of minutes. So how many prints were found exactly? 3. The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger of a right hand. Your Honor, that is important. That is an important statement. Could we please have it? Added to the test by testimony, you got it. You beat me to it. Ha ha ha! Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key. Clearly he watches Jacksepticeye.
How can she leave prints when she wears gloves at all times?
Well, she only wears one.
Anyways, it is of the right hand.
On the right hand, yeah, exactly. And then, let's see. The perp held the lighter with the emblem in their left hand. That's the one. It says that that prints were on the right hand, but she was holding the lighter in the whoever was holding it in the left hand.
Yeah.
Objection!
You say the prints were from the right hand. Is that correct? That's right. Very clear prints. But that just doesn't add up. Huh? What doesn't add up? According to Miss Blackwell, who saw the culprit herself, this person held the lighter in their left hand. Oh? So here's the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the lighter from the right hand instead of the left? No. You're right. It doesn't make sense, does it? Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness's claims don't even hold water. Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this. I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-hand prints. But then, why would they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I've got it! What have you got, Detective? The mirror! The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror. Go on. Miss Blackwell was looking in through the window of boarding lounge 1, wasn't she? I believe so. If you mean the little window in the back and to the room on right of the room, that's right. And across the room on the opposite wall is a large mirror. I do remember seeing it. So are you saying? Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror.
But if it was reflected twice, it would have still been the correct hand.
Oh, I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they? Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice.
Objection!
But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection.
Silence!
Right, Dodo. You'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put more muscle into it.
Huh? That's right. Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand. And why not? Miss Blackwell said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? That emblem is only on one side of the lighter. You're right. There's no emblem on the other side. Exactly. As blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit had held the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the emblem. Uh-oh. What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. So if the culprit had held it in their left hand with the emblem out and visible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they had held it in their right hand, they could easily open it and light it. This all means that the culprit is definitely holding the lighter in their left hand.
Right hand.
Right hand. I mix up my left and right all the time, Your Honor. I am very sorry. Come back, my beautiful contradiction.
It appears you planted a flower that bears no fruit.
Now see it wither. No, see how it withers before my flower of justice? He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proved up to this point. In justice we trust! Now do you see? I'm not this phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad, so very sad, but I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
Hold it!
Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter? Are you sure about that?
Of course I'm sure. Why wouldn't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an Earth emblem on both sides of the lighter?
I knew it. You're lying, Detective.
Pardon me? You mean...
Yes, my bracelet reacted to a statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. And I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out.
Justice Dono, are you to use that cheat of yours again?
It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackwell.
Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on, then.
We have Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Alright, okay, Apollo, you're up.
Here goes, then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time?
What in the world are you up to? Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on the side that you could see when held within the right hand.
Let me guess, the tell is on his hand. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
He's flicking his thumb. Interesting.
Gotcha!
Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase, the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster.
Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about.
Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it.
But why? You're not making any sense. You can't just...
Silence.
Be still and do as you're told, fool. Right.
Just noticed something.
What?
When he slams his hand on the table,
Yeah.
guess what happens?
The bird, like, jumps off.
No, his pupil dilates.
Yeah.
He's like, oh,
Oh,
If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, shouldn't
what? Not you too, Prosecutor Blackwell. I'm not sure what this is all about, but if Prosecutor Blackwell insists, it must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter.
good. Now maybe we'll learn something new.
I hope so. Now let's check every inch of that thing. So this is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. See anything noteworthy? Huh. Hey, look at this. The emblem's actually some kind of button.
Wow, it transformed into something.
A handle? A trigger? Is this what I think it is?
There's no question, it seems. What we have there is a gun.
A what? So, if you're unsure about this, in the previous case, it was revealed that one of the people at the scene used a gun that fired a very small, a .10 caliber bullet was found at the scene. I think we found the gun that fired it.
Mm-hmm.
A gun, so that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a 10 caliber. This little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber.
It looks like this gun is the one that was fired at the scene.
I'm flabbergasted! The lighter was a gun? So when Detective Fulbright would touch his holster.
That's right. Whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning.
A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing any ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself.
Ha 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 ha! There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform.
Bullshit.
I mean, it was found in the Space Museum, and when I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out.
Objection!
When you mentioned the Earth emblem, you touched your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun.
Accuse me all you want, but where is your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun?
Not exactly.
And whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints. It proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene. It would appear that the detective is right. Are you guys really trying to prove your client innocent or what? Although it pains me to do this, now that we are where we are, I have to make the following assertions, coming from the prosecution's side. The person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident, and the person Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter, and the person who murdered Mr. Terran, and the person who bombed the Space Center, are all the defendant Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof.
No!
Ha ha ha! Now do you see? A man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit. And I think this about sums up Miss Sykes' part in the whole affair. Evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell?
Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm.
But...
Calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to as a prosecutor. Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. It's proof. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove that this lighter is not Miss Sykes, but yours.
Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo.
It's just, if the prints on the lighter are a basis for accusing Athena, I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself.
You mean you think this lighter might be forged evidence?
That's right. It could all be part of Fulbright's bigger plot. If he...
Did he?
Oh, sorry. Blech. My goodness. Did he do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own?
I can definitely think of a few things. It is indeed. Have a look at this. What's this? A lighter?
Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge.
Ah, yes. I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's got to be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? How the prints were left with the owner of the prints. Are they really Athena's fingerprints? They definitely matched her print data. What about the data itself? Detective Fulbright, you are the one who provided us with the lighter and print data. Isn't that correct? Yes. What about it? You say Miss Sykes' prints matched the print data. But I have to wonder, was the data you used official? Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that the evidence might have been fabricated? I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case. What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such antics.
Silence.
Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense's request. You must allow this test to be rerun.
Very well then. Bailiff? It appears that the official data is here. And the results? It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant. Yes. The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Tarrant.
Those were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter?
I see. Come to think of it, wasn't it you, Fool Wright, who collected the victim's prints?
I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all.
When you took the deceased's fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood. After which, you wiped the blood off of his hand.
Nah. By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data. All to put the blame on the Sykes. No! This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom who was behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit. So does this mean Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom? Remember the killer's escape route. No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. Nah! Detective Fulbright, you are the only one who could have used that escape route. Nah!
Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? Answer me, or so help me, I will slash you to tiny slivers where you stand.
Ah! Alright, I'll talk! I confess! I am not the Phantom.
Silence.
It's all over. Now be a man and admit it already.
But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself. An undercover investigator? That sounds less than wholesome to me.
A person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright.
That's right. I was working to track down the Phantom, but sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him. What?
Objection!
You're telling us this now? But if what you say is true, then who was the mystery person Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbuck saw? It was the Phantom, I tell you! All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him.
Objection!
I don't believe you. Then how do you explain the fabricated lighter?
That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Pinning the crime on Athena Sykes was just another one of the Phantom's orders.
And you expect me to buy that?
Fulbright, what was the Phantom's ultimate objective?
I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you, too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back that site profile you have on him.
So he sent a buzzard of his own to tell me this past year, did he?
I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago.
Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity.
I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries.
So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all.
With the ceiling blown off, I suppose you are vulnerable to a sniper's shot in this courtroom.
Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's going to lie his way out of it now?
But on the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright, if we can't find a flaw in his logic.
He's right. After we've come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wriggle free now. There! I finally told the truth! Now I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom.
You okay there, Bright?
You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right?
I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom.
What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Silence.
Evidence is everything, right, Dono? And you must admit there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom.
Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen up to this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence.
Fabricated.
Fabulously.
Words.
But
Anominy.
I've known Fulbright here for a year now. And all this time, he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie.
Prosecutor Blackwell!
This fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me, he actually became quite a nuisance, really.
Prosecutor Blackwell, you believe me? Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony.
However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that.
See, the eye actually... Yeah.
Throw yourself at my mercy, and don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that?
Yes, of course, and thank you! Such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing. In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand down a not guilty verdict without confidence. Ha 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 ha! Very good.
Without confidence?
Without confidence. I'm not confident in myself. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up, and Miss Sykes will go free as well.
Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do the Phantom, the man who killed Clay will get away.
I know, but... what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is the Phantom. Is this it? Is he going to get away just like that? Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that, I'm off! I believe that's Edgewood.
No, I believe that's Athena.
It could be Athena, too. Yeah.
The defense? No, wait. Not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet, and would like to see this trial continue.
What? But I was just about to declare you innocent of all charges.
It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over?
Athena, what are you doing? Hope we don't get held in contempt of court.
I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you are no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Blackwell for what he's done for you?
Well, of course I am. I am truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Athena, where are you going with these questions?
I have yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. The suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all.
What? Does that mean...
We may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie.
That's it. With your special ability, we just might be able to stop him.
Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations.
Yes, well, even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow.
If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what may happen to him?
Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting?
Fulbright, I think you'd better have that counseling.
Not you too!
You've been making battery remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as, you're an undercover investigator and your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it.
But I thought you believed me!
Silence.
Oh, how you amuse me so.
What's going on here?
That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon.
I knew you would catch on, Athena.
Huh? Mind filling me in here?
Yes, we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright, because he knew I'd noticed there was a lack of emotions like joy or relief in his response. So he gave me the chance to take a listen, and listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart.
What? You two were working together just now?
Come now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart.
You got it. Time to check the instant replay. Widget, mon ami, let's do this.
Oh, I am so irate right now.
Absolutely zero emotion.
Absolutely nothing. Look at that. No reaction at all. Even with all of his over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotion at all.
It's just like I thought, and right in line with the Phantom Psych profile. Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom. Hey, what's going on?
Wait, hold it. What do you think you're doing, Detective?
Me? I'm not doing anything.
He's trying to hack into the Mood Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this.
Yeah!
Fancy device you have there, but I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you.
Sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without even thinking. More like as a spy.
Thanks, Prosecutor Blackwell. There, now that you can't hack me anymore, I dare you to try to hide your lack of emotions from us.
Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. As a matter of fact, you wounded me so deeply with that accusation.
What's going on? All of a sudden I'm getting an overwhelmingly happy reading.
Huh? But he's literally crying us a river over there.
Oops, my mistake. How about this?
Yikes, now he's angry all of a sudden?
What's he trying to pull?
Like it as not, it would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. It's just as it says in Dr. Sykes' profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique physiological makeup.
Psychological. Sorry.
Psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation.
Oh, I get it. So he has some emotions, right?
Precisely, which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he is controlling his emotions.
Very good, Prosecutor Blackwell. You are correct. It's the result of my daily training.
A very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know? More like for us spies. Seriously. But I wonder if he suddenly showed several strong emotions.
Why he suddenly showed.
Wait a minute. I sense there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective. A feeling I'm trying to hide? That's a good one. You're the ones who've been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I was just trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess.
Then you have no objections to me analyzing you, right?
No, analyze away. But I will state it again, I am not the Phantom. But be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect, because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do. Here's the final test. Look at how he's fluctuating his emotions.
Yeah.
Now, you want to know what the answer is?
I forgot. This one.
It's the sadness on this one, because it's the only one that's remaining consistent.
Okay.
Unfortunately, this update did kind of do one thing.
What?
It changed around the sound effects to make it more obvious.
Okay.
Yeah, because notice how when they turn on and off, the sound effects leave for that statement. It's not as obvious in the 3DS version.
Okay.
But yeah, notice how out of all the fluctuating emotions, sadness and fear is the only one that's staying.
Yeah.
Got it!
I found it. I found the one emotion you're truly feeling. What? Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When you talked about the moon rock. You felt a fear that wouldn't fade. Fear? Huh.
A fear that a man with hardly any emotion feels, huh?
And it was a response to that moon rock.
Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because...
Your identity will be revealed.
Your identity will be revealed. Of course. That's it.
Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity.
I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now there are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all. Detective Fulbright, I think I know why you would feel afraid. You are afraid of that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity.
If his identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid.
Me? Afraid? I don't know what you're talking about.
So, there really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity?
Apparently so. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the moon rock, but more likely he had to take it with him. Because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity. Where do you think you're going? Me? I'm not going anywhere.
Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thing to try and get away?
How many more of those toys does he have? And where can I get myself some? Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection with the moon rock? In justice we trust, not emotions, Mr. Lawyer! Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid? Don't make me laugh. Ugh, what was that just now?
But all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. sometimes analyzing a case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth.
It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analysis serve no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era where when evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the Moonrock anyway?
Well, I admit I don't have any conventional proof, but I still say that examining a person's heart has its merits.
Oh, really? Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery.
Everybody's doubting.
All I hear is distrust.
As you can see, the people are on my side. Because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine.
But it's not that they use an analytical psychology to falsely accuse people.
Uh-oh, he's got Athena doubting herself. Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the court. It has freed the hearts of many witnesses, and has been key to getting to the truth. What nonsense. Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the Moonrock. I see. Very well. I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence is.
But Your Honor...
There, you see? Nobody believes you and your trumped-up charges. However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analyses can contribute to making the truth clear. I have seen her do this firsthand several times already. Surely you jest.
So, does this mean you will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor?
Yes, I believe your claim, Miss Sykes. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the Moonrock. That is the court's opinion on this matter.
Then that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear.
Analytical psychology. My fears. Fine. I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can't be considered evidence. We're just about at the end. This is the last testimony. I felt fear when I thought about the Moonrock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the Moonrock? None at all. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the Moonrock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice! And there you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid of the Moonrock?
Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any two-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence. The Phantom is like the mist. No flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it, right, Dono? With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable Phantom fellow to the other world together.
You and I, Prosecutor Blackwell. We have a duty to bring the Phantom down, restore the people's faith in the courts.
Indeed. By covering for Athena, I allowed the Phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust of my murder conviction.
I bear part of the responsibility as well, for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the Dark Age of the Law.
Then it is also our burden to cut away the foul specter we created, is it not? Until all that remains is the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people.
Trust, understanding, fragile ideals of the masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing.
Objection!
Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you and your lies always. So this one's actually pretty simple. It's on the thing. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? Well, what happened when he was near the moon rock? He was stabbed.
Yeah.
So what if the blood was on the moon? His blood was on the moon rock.
Right.
Objection!
Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is. Of course. That's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Terry. That's right. And the exact same type of knife Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand. Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall.
He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again.
And this time you got it, didn't you?
I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand.
Miss Sykes then stated that she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got on the moon rock. And he was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene. You mean if we ran an analysis now, we'd know who the Phantom is? Yes, I suppose so. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing. That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail. You can? Of course. Not. You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me. Ah! What this court needs is a bully-free zone.
Ah, the infamous sword of the beguiling bluff. Its edge is without compare. Come now, ready it with me, and show us just how finely it cuts.
Your Honor, this is an outrage! Oh, I mean, this is an outrage!
I'm overheating. Go on, Wright Dono.
Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. But in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen. Oh, you're right. But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime?
Good thinking, Bob. Granny was super tired at the space center back then.
All that in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. Does this mean that the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center?
In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible! And why is that? The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, and especially the lab, but the moon rock was never found. Ah, how could I forget about that?
A sad but true fact. We still haven't a grasp on how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether.
There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. The Phantom didn't have the moonrock on him when he left the lab. Yet, a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. And it never turned up in the 7 years after that either. The Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. How? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix, think. How did the moonrock vanish from the robotics lab? So can you or can you not show what happened to the moonrock, Mr. Wright? Yes, I can, Your Honor. What? Oops, sorry, I mean, what? He's lost the sauce, Mr. Wright. In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. How did the Phantom make the moonrock disappear from the crime scene?
Take that!
That's the Hope capsule, right? The one that went up with the Hat Run rocket? He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope capsule that was there in the lab that day. Yes. And the team must have loaded it onto the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happened, then the moonrock would have been launched up into space along with the rocket.
Preposterous! It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moonrock was...
Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moonrock in the most cosmic way he knew how. It was out there in the depths of space, aboard the Hope space probe. What? What? Order the court.
Wright was dead now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat One anyway. The villain, he used his primary objective to conveniently kill two birds with one stone.
That's right. He planned for the moonrock to be turned into the cosmic dust out in space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot. The Hope space probe sailed off safely on its mission and returned 7 years later, with the capsule in tow. Nah! If we analyze the blood on the moonrock, it should make one thing crystal clear. That you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright.
So, he killed Clay just so he could get to the moonrock back?
I believe so. His original assignment may have been just to sabotage the Hat too, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding bridge and attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do just to escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule.
Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung onto that capsule for all it was worth until his very last breath.
This is so funny. You made me laugh. You really do.
Boy, he's telling me how to laugh now.
It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit to it all now? There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator, I tell you. I am not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of his schemes, a trap. Now I'm not sure what to think. I suppose if the Phantom is a spy worth his salt, a trap is not out of the question.
Objection!
But in that case, you could say anything is a trap. That's what makes a trap a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, further investigation is in order.
Silence.
Further investigation? More like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must. Here and now.
I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Simon Blackwell! Hey, you guys aren't really... Hold it.
Now it's Miles?
Yeah.
Looks like I made it just in time.
Edgeworth.
I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered some very crucial facts.
Did you find something out about the Phantom's true identity?
You might say that. I started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition systems. But none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright.
That's not good.
But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackwell, you'd best brace yourselves.
Uh-oh.
The man you see before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
An unidentified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints.
Then does this mean?
Yes. That man there is an imposter pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. Uh-huh. I can see
An imposter?
this Bobby Fulbright.
And this man, who in the world is he? He suddenly became very sus. As the kids say nowadays.
Yeah.
Enough of your trickery. You will not reveal if you will not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you.
What the?
No!
His face! Aw, look what you did to my mask. Mask? What is the meaning of this witness? Okay, you got me. Guess I have to show who I really am. I love this part. It's so great.
Love it.
Wait, but that's...
Hey, Apollo! Yep, it's me, Solomon Starbuck!
Mr. Starbuck, but that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence. Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hat One, which was set to be destroyed.
Yeah, this is just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want.
Objection!
Not so fast. I had the Phantom Psych profile right here. If we compile a Psych profile on you, by the results, it will prove that you're the Phantom.
Objection. It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase, the end justifies the means.
That voice, those words.
I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes.
Professor Means. Max?
I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now give me that evidence.
Huh?
Time to take out the trash. Permanently. Now do you see how powerful the end justifies the means can be?
Silence. How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face.
Ah, but that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all.
Well, perhaps it really is the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look in a mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I'd wager.
Well, aren't you just the master of psychology, Blackquill? That's right, I don't know who I am. I am always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like. Or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss.
What's with this guy? Is he even still human?
And now we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright.
Oh, huh?
I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom.
I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now that we know you aren't even Bobby Fulbright, your claims of the Phantom trap won't work anymore.
Then why don't you bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence from the Hope Capsule.
I think I will do just that. Get ready, because the Hope Capsule is about to seal your...
Skadoosh.
Fudge! Fuck!
It was the courtroom's bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence and was blown to smithereens.
It looks like you have finally caught on. Full marks for the defense for effort. But what a shame your hope was lost in that courtroom explosion.
So that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up? It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence?
He said one piece. I can't believe it. Have we really reached a dead end after coming all this way? Has the only evidence that we have on this guy really been destroyed?
How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent.
Objection!
And the defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least a prayer. And yes, we do have Squidward on a chip. I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright.
At least put some weight behind your swing, right, Dodo?
I know, I'm trying. There's only one thing that can unmask this menace. The moon rock. That was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. And yet, is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, some little fragment still exists?
Do you know?
Probably not, or maybe she does.
He just pointed it out. Oh, yes. As you can see, the stolen moon rock there, too.
That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture? Very well, Mr. Wright. Let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove the Phantom's identity?
Show us potato salad! What?
Take that!
Is that the bomb that blew up the courtroom and the moon rock along with it? Are you saying this will reveal the Phantom's identity? Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on this photo taken after the bombing, specifically right here. Doesn't look like a piece of a bomb, does it?
No.
Take that!
Please take a look at this newspaper article. This article about the Hat one? Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon. And when we look at this photo of the bomb fragments, see how there is a rock-like object with the same coloration? Oh my, yes, I see it. It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we take a look at all the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. One more bathroom trick.
Okay.
I'll be quick because this is the best.
And DNA testing on the blood will prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom. Unbelievable. But that's impossible.
A surprise to be sure. That's one bloody tough rock. Let us have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too, Fulbright.
Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing.
I'm aware.
Prosecutor Blackwell, what do the test results show?
There was a rock fragment that had blood on it, and that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed. Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed.
They confirmed it was the witness's blood, didn't they? There's no use in trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it, you're the Phantom.
Objection!
Huh? Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself? No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo.
That was my objection, Apollo.
I love this. Huh?
Why? It was a pretty good objection, too, don't you think? Now he's me?
So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright?
Huh? Oh, not really, Your Honor. No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean, the witness, Mr. Wright.
Oh, for frick's sakes.
Could this trial get any more insane? Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in the photograph, and those just like it. How can you be sure these pieces are the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it, but how do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove they're the moon rock, right?
Objection!
Don't be absurd. Just compare the fragment with the rock in the newspaper article. Anybody could see they're the same. They have the exact same coloration.
Objection!
But maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be there. But you can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
But your blood was found on one of the fragments.
Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock.
And why not?
I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago I tripped and fell on this very courtroom and I was hurt pretty bad. Maybe that's how my blood found its way onto a piece of rubble? Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. And yet, I suppose it's not completely out of the question.
It's funny that the guy he like tears his mask off to show is the one doing the stretching ad, like, oh, this could have happened.
Yeah.
Because that's Phoenix Wright's MO right there.
Yeah. I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought that the worst of times were when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You're the last person I want to hear that from.
Well, then why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We could ask an expert to verify if they were from the moon rock in the robotics lab or not.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible.
Uh-oh.
And why not?
In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they're from, you need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. But that moon rock doesn't exist anymore, and there's no sample data left either. So you see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from the moon rock.
No!
There's really no way to prove it?
Are you finally ready to throw in the towel?
Never! Objection!
How dare you not know who I am? So the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. It was such a valuable rock, too. Shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it, right here by our side. A shining fragment of hope that could turn everything around. Final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. The defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care.
We do?
We do. Even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet. Is this true, Mr. Wright? Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. The piece of evidence that shows the original moon rock isn't completely lost is...
The earring!
Yeah, you're right.
That I pointed out earlier.
Yeah.
But just about the only things my mother left me with are widget and this earring. Maybe she did love me in her own way.
Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left with you a very important piece of evidence.
She did?
You're bluffing. You don't have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have a moon rock of our own.
Yeah. Oh!
Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. This is the defense's sample of the moon rock.
Take that!
That's your sample? This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from the original moon rock. What?
All this time?
It was right here all along? No. It can't be. If the composition of the bomb fragments and the earring are found to be a match, then it will prove beyond a shadow of a doubt of the origin of the fragments in this photo. And since the test results show that the blood on the fragments was yours, this means that the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide, I don't have an identity to hide. You may not have Athena's ears, but now even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I left all of my emotions behind years ago.
Objection!
If a human being feels fear, you simply can't face the emotions inside you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust.
And all of my sorrows!
And I suppose you do?
I didn't have anybody to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside me, couldn't get over the trauma of my past.
Like I said, I don't feel fear.
Objection!
Alright, Daredevil, fucking take it down a notch. Then you're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation.
Running away from myself? How can I run from myself? When there's nothing inside. Nothing at all.
Objection!
I know it's hard for someone as unwilling to trust others as you to understand. But people have emotions. It's just a fact of life. And so people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears?
Hold up.
The fear inside of me? Is this? No. I'm afraid. I'm scared. Ah, I feel fear.
You can't outrun yourself.
Remove that mask and unleash your emotions!
Confront your guilt head on.
With your own true face!
We actually pulled that off first time. I'm impressed.
Yeah.
My own true face? No, please don't. I know you're here. Where are you? See? I haven't revealed anything yet. Honest. My own true face. I don't have one. But please, my face.
Is it? Is it? No, that's not it. No! No!
This isn't me either!
Is this me? Which one is my face?
I am so glad I did my daily Genshin things already. I would not have the strength for tonight.
We can always do the trades online. Because I'm not really worried about syncing out anything right
And now the judge pulls a Jack Warner. Well, that was weird. The sniper attack in this very courtroom chills me to my bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell, what is Detective Fulbright? How is Detective Fulbright? I mean, his imposter doing?
He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs. He appears to be in no danger of dying.
Well, that was fortunate for all of us.
The analysis of the final piece of evidence Wright Dono submitted is in. The composition of Miss Sykes' earring and the fragment with the blood on it is a match. We can now be certain that it is a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombings at the Space Center, both past and present. The bombing of courtroom number 4 and all of his other crimes, as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There are still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about, after all.
Thank you, Prosecutor Black. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But, before I do, will the defendant please return to her proper place?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, this court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes, not guilty.
Freaking guilty, death immediately.
First time we've seen him smile at me.
I mean, honestly, smile anyway.
Court's adjourned.
Corner's adjourned?
I said court.
I heard corn. Did you hear?
I said court.
Okay.
December 20th, 9:12 p.m. District Lobby number 5.
Congratulations, Mr. Nick.
Thank you, Pearls. And thank you for being there for Athena.
It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial.
So, oh yeah, that's right. You were Trucy, I think. Bubbly.
Daddy, I'm so glad to see you.
Trucy, are you alright? Are you hurt?
I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep my spirits up.
That's our Trucy for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe.
Right. I feel I owe you another debt of gratitude.
Edgeworth.
We never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you.
Aw, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who have been tracking the Phantom this whole time. Plus, you were the one who gave Blackwell permission to serve as prosecutor, right?
Yes, well, we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial.
Well, we never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to its successful conclusion. Besides, it was you that saw to it I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it?
So you figured it out, did you?
Yeah, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? It should have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal.
Well, I owed you a few favors.
Hey, Edgeworth, think we can finally bring the Dark Age of the Law to an end?
Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. My sun will rise again.
So poetic.
Besides, now that Prosecutor Blackwell has been cleared of all charges,
A great deal of the mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away.
You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edward. It won't kill you. Instead, the furrows on that brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper.
So I should smile more, huh? I'll think about it.
Ah, the complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals.
Bromance!
I think that's Blackwell.
What did he say? I missed it.
Athena. He just said that.
Athena, I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas.
Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. Just barely. But I still made it.
Got it, girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out.
Yes, I survived by the skin of my teeth thanks to you.
Shame on you, Simon, for trying to throw your life away like that.
It was never my intention to just throw my life away. But some things in this world are more important than your own life.
Like what?
My honor-bound duty to protect you with my life.
To protect.
Okay, well, yeah.
My mentor's most beloved treasure.
Huh?
That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through. Would he be a Ronin now? Because the master is dead?
Yeah, that Ronin is a masterless samurai.
Yeah. Well, it looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. It took all of us together to pull it off.
You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh?
It was definitely the most amazing turnabout I've ever seen.
I'm a lucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers around.
Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the Wright Anything Agency.
Well, nobody is going to try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. Simon is free thanks to Mr. Wright. But there are so many more people out there who need our help.
You're right. And I'll be needing you both to help them. We still have a long way to go. The toilet isn't gonna clean itself.
And I sure ain't doing it.
Get ready, you two. We won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. If we ever hope to fully bring the Dark Age of the Law to a close.
Hey, I know one thing we have to do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles.
Huh?
No, nothing like a bowl of Eldune's noodles after a trial all on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Wright Anything Agency, right, Mr. Wright?
Huh?
As a boss, it is your duty to express gratitude to your people for the great work.
In that case, allow me to join in the festivities. Yeah, I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles.
Huh?
I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with the gays? The more the merrier, right?
Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman?
Guys, under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say.
Only if I get to join in!
I'm saying it too.
Okay, here we go.
Objection!
I was trying to say.
Just,
So I just
it's
had-
gonna be it's gonna be automatically doing it, so we can't really read them if we're not paying attention anyway. Honestly, this is just dialogue.
Yeah. Well, we have to let it play because it's the credits, right?
Yep.
And this is technically the first time in this game we're seeing the credits.
Oh no.
Almost.
Oh no.
I held my breath.
I must get the vinegars.
Oh yeah, I tossed the couple.
Grow some red ones!
I'm
How does this... Oh, this girl is
You're
down.
hiding it from me?
No! The way I threw it,
My-
it hung.
My goodness, Juniper,
Oh,
I'm not
Juniper is
hiding it.
Juniper is down bad for Apollo. End of the dark age of law, you say? Tits, how naive. Don't you know it's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible? What, they're putting me under investigation? The chief prosecutor wants to see me. I can't believe I got it that high pitched.
It's funny because I'm normally the one who does him.
I guess I know how to put on the role of a pain. I know how to be a pain. I've been asked to debut the great masked wrestler Ten Matori.
I believe you were that.
Oh, what
but
to do, what to do.
You don't
Finish
have to.
with
You don't.
myself. Why don't you ask Mr. Demon Lawyer to be the Amazing Ninetales too? It's not a bad idea. I bet he'll be all for it. So we are to meet this foe, are we, my little friend?
Would you believe it? I'm Alderman of the Nine-Tails Vale now. Pretty impressive, eh? I took after Rex Cubey for the good of my beloved village. What do you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out?
Hey, you! What do you think you're doing sneaking into the manor?
Ah, the cheeks up! Let me run for it!
That was you.
I thought I wanted to be an artist in an amazing Jump Club. I'm starting to become genuinely interested in law, so now I'm going to study for the bar exam. Oh, I'm going to prosecute Athena someday. You'll see.
Studying my buns off too, but not the bar exam. I'm gonna pass the Themis entrance exam on my own merit. With a score of 100 points, of course.
You, Juniper, our dream will live on forever. I got caught. I don't know how I did it, but I got caught.
You also tied it around your slipper.
I don't know how I did that.
Sandal, whatever.
I found really sweet boxes of all 3 of them. I won't wear them. Is it because of the legal journalist lawyer? But anyway, thanks to the trial, the school's newspaper future is as bright as can be. Now let's see what the fresh blood have to say in the new school paper. Fresh back. Our editor tried so hard at the graduation.
Her cardboard box got sake all over it.
She literally was just a Metal Gear Solid joke all through and through.
Yeah.
The one night only reunion concert. I still remember the evening of passion. The president of the student council sang like no high school student I've ever heard. When she's the judge of her own court someday, I'd love to have a jam session with her. It'd be the coolest trial ever, yeah? I can already see it. We have not seen him since.
Unfortunately.
I gave this place a good cleaning from top to bottom. But it's already a mess again. I guess the only thing I can do now is clean up the attitudes of the people in this office. With Mystic Maya due to come here once training is over, it simply must be done.
That won't be until next game. We've still got one more trial to get.
Is the next game the newest one? Has
Yes.
there not been a new one yet?
Ha ha ha! Humanity streams from outer space are...
I never die.
will never die. In fact, planning for...
Look upon me, people of the great nation, and witness the glory of your cosmos!
Speaking too fast.
What do you... Oh, director! Yes. Rocket preparations are fully complete, yes. You just leave everything to me. Assistant Director Yuri Cosmos. Oh no, Bobbery got demoted.
Yep.
Well, he's been away from it for a while. And he got up easy, honestly. I'm going to the moon in the new rocket. If Athena and Mommy Menace came to the moon, I would love to show them around. Which is more interesting? Mons Pyrenees.
Montez.
I think I would like either one. Yay, hooray! I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Aura than on the moon. Oh, Miss Aura, I just want you to use me again like you used to. I beg your pardon?
Crazy.
My gosh.
You hurt me.
Ready for launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Lift off! I'm going to the moon for Christmas time for me and for Clay. Thanks to my lawyers, I know now I should never give up. But I'm worried. Can't breathe in space, and in fact, it's cold as heck. Oh man, now I'm getting really nervous.
Your head looks like a rocket.
That was the joke.
I know.
No, I am not employed here. I simply came to request their services in defense of my sister. But no one's around. I've been kept waiting for a long time. And what sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused and you wish for Athena to defend him? Then perhaps he and I shall meet in the courtroom in the near future.
Uh-oh.
I look forward to your next month's count. Blackwell's acquittal has brought all manner of ills in the prosecutor's office to light. It would seem solving the case has thawed the chill of winter into the warmth of summer. Spring. Now I will write. I can't catch up. I will
reply one day. You can trust on that.
Why do people speak so quickly?
Because your pain is funny. Apparently. We're gonna have to wait until the end because there is an end credits cutscene. I know. You can start getting ready.
On the plus side, I have finally asked my uncle if he is going to fix that.
If you want to, you can start getting ready. Like, there is a cutscene, or like, unless you want to watch the cutscene. That's cool.
Oh, she just wants to sit on.
I was wondering what it was.
She wants to sit on something comfortable.
That's fine. I got priority because I was playing the game. But now if you want to... Ah! 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 Okay, settle down. Settle down, Roberto.
Gosh darn it, I can't even pull this open.
Don't worry, we haven't seen the last of Fulbright. He shows up in the DLC case. It's so jarring.
Wait, there's DLC?
Yeah, the Turnabout Reclaimed is the DLC case.
I don't think I've ever played that.
Do you want to play the case where you get to defend the Orca?
Oh, wait. I did.
Yeah, that's the DLC I'm talking about.
Wait, he's Stitchface?
What are you talking about?
Maybe I'm misremembering. I did do that one, but I don't remember. Wait, oh, no, this is before he was indicted.
Yes.
Okay.
The case that I'm talking about actually takes place in between cases 2 and 3.
Yeah. I did do the Orca one, yeah.
Yeah. Because the one you'll be playing for Spirit of Justice, but I will be doing the DLC case
Yeah,
of
that's
that
fine.
game because I haven't done that.
That's what, wait, happened?
No, I haven't done Turnabout Time Travel. See, I wasn't speaking out of my ass when I said that she was interested in Venice.
So before we do Spirit of Justice, shouldn't it be prudent we start doing Professor Layton and do the crossover one? Because that happens before these games.
Possibly, but it doesn't. I don't think it really matters.
No, I'm just offering an idea.
Because we're gonna do the DLC case for Dual Destinies, and then we're gonna jump back to the first game.
Yeah. I'm not gonna be the guy who gatekeeps.
Yeah. And then I'd say we'll do Spirit of Justice.
You know, ketchup is nice, but I think I like salt and vinegar better.
Okay, so right. So now here's the final. We'll finally get the final cuts.
I'm not sure. Oh wow. I feel like Homie Simpson.
Homie?
Yes. Rocket to punch!
I'll be
Being
fine.
voice acted.
I know.
I'll be fine. I'll be
T-minus
fine.
15 seconds. 10, 9, 8,
Stop grabbing them.
7, 6,
Skadoosh!
4, 3, 2, 1.
Boom, skadoosh.
Liftoff.
And then it exploded like a firework. Nobody was seen again. Wow, it was nice for them to get her a window so she could see the rock.
I'm sure Blackwell probably had an influence.
It's not like she would, like, it's not like she would have been put in solitary.
Yeah.
No.
Mr. Starbuck!
You'll be fine.
My God.
Just believe in yourself.
The moon's closer than you think.
I mean, it's nice that they're giving him new chances.
Oh yeah, because Clay was basically doing that for him before that.
All of a sudden it turns around. All you see is frigging Dr. Eggman's face.
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
Aww.
All right.
So when are they gonna become?
What?
No, it's like I'm Phoenix. I'm like, oh, those two are a thing. Throughout the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache, honesty as deceit. But just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up towards a brighter tomorrow.
Like filling a balloon with air. I mean, what?
Like a balloon and something bad happens.
Turnabout for tomorrow awarded.
All right. Well, that is going to no. We've still got one more thing to do. I admire the energy game. All right, so we're gonna call it here. I know we ran much later, but we need to finish that case. Otherwise, I would have rioted. Anyway, we'll see you guys next. And is there anything happening tomorrow?
There's no D&D tomorrow.
Okay, so there's no. We're gonna take a break from tomorrow, but you'll be back on Sunday for whatever games you play on Sunday.
Baldur's Gate.
And then,
wait, not Baldur's Gate. What am I doing? Not Baldur's Gate. It's fantasy stuff.
Yeah. And then you'll be back on Thursday for Time Splitters and.
Time Splitters and more Fantasy Star Online Blue Burst,
and then we'll return back on Friday for some more Dual Destinies and hopefully Paper Mario and Thousand Year Door.
Yeah, we kind of ended up starting really, really late because a whole bunch of things got delayed at the same time between me and them, so I apologize that we started very late.
Anyway, next time around, we will go into the special episode, Turnabout Reclaimed. Who here's ready to defend an orca?
And also do a lot of musicals.
We'll see you guys then.
See you guys then.